Hello. Hi. How you doing? Welcome. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm not stuck anymore. Hey. Welcome. Hope you're doing the almost 2.5 years. Wow, I know, right? I still couldn't believe that I streamed for that long too. Oh my god. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hi Narix. Hi Magpie. Hi Nexus. Hi Forgetful. Welcome. I have a lazy morning actually. I woke up late because last night I was playing Dragalia Lost until like I think I was playing Dragalia Lost until 2 or 3 a.m. something like that, I think. Oh no. I mean, look, it's Dragalia Lost, right? Game good, right? It's a game with a lot of Tekken, so yeah, I want Tekken. I like Tekken. So let me just do this real quick. Before I forget. Okay, I didn't forget. Wow. I want to play Lunacid. Last time I played it, I got a little heated. I got a little heated when playing Lunacid. Last week I think? Yeah, last week. I mean, I couldn't handle the hard reset every death aspect of the game, but I feel like, funny enough, if I actually just don't die. I know it sounds like a meme or some sort, you know, just don't die and it should be fine. But it's true. No, it's true. So the plan is with Lunacid today, right? The plan is yeah, try not to die and try to farm a little bit of level before going to new places. Yeah, hard reset. Like it resets you to the previous save, and then you lost all the progress you've done, like in between that save and death. Yeah, something like that, and it's not something that I really like. It's like you found a save point and then you play for half an hour and then suddenly died, and then it resets you to the save point and then you achieve nothing, like your weapon XP, like weapon XP gone, like something like that. It's like everything is gone. So I couldn't handle that aspect, but I think I'll try to like adjust a little bit of the mindset, right? If I cannot handle it, adapt to it, I guess, right? Don't die. Don't die. Thank you for the like, Jason. Yeah, it happened like twice last time, and my brain used to just be like, oh no, oh no, I lost all the progress I've done, oh no. So yeah, I think I might have rushed a little bit as well, unknowingly. I didn't mean to rush the game, but I saw Nexus play the game and I was like, oh, there's so many things I didn't do. And I somehow rushed to I don't know how, but I rushed until I'm at the sewers. and then I died to a rat. Oh my god. So I should probably explore a little bit more thorough. Right, thorough. So at least that's the plan today. Explore the places thoroughly and then maybe do a little bit of a leveling a little bit, right? Get that speed up or something like that. I like speed. I don't like blocking. I don't like blocking. No blocking allowed. So yeah, I generally do enjoy the combat system, the combat of Lunacid though. That's why I want to get back to the game, and I really love the aspect of being able to level up and get your character stronger. in a very obvious way, right? I mean, I got 20 points on speed, and then the speed is like I'm Sonic, like I'm super duper fast. I love it. So something like that. It really makes me enjoy the game a lot. Oh, let's get that die first before I play the game. I changed the plastic chair, so I have a lot of space now. Yay, plastic chair! Oh, hi Evie. Oh. Let's do it. I'm gonna do it. I wanna eat durian. Yeah, speed good. Also hope Evie is doing good. Welcome. I'm already trying to catch my breath. From one get that thigh, wow. I didn't know Super Mario Galaxy has such a banger soundtrack though. I should listen to more Super Mario Galaxy stuff. Anyway. I wanna open up Lunacid. Lunacid. I just realized when I say that it sounds like Luna shit, but it's not. Oh, you can use controller to play this game? Oh. I don't wanna. Okay. I think I need to... Let me add this one. Oh, it's already capturing Lunacid? There we go. I forgot how loud that is, oh my god. There, I have my half... half face. Yeah. Let's try again this time. I'm gonna go back to the first area where there's snails and stuff and see what I can do, alright? And maybe I can upgrade my club as well. So what do I have? I have Lithomancy and Flame Spear, Iron Torch. Oh, I bought Rapier. Ritual Dagger doesn't have doesn't have XP, so it's fine. I want to upgrade the Stone Club because I like the bonk. So give money. Actually curious at which point you are. I think I'm at the sewer area. The game is kinda dark. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm I'm increasing brightness on my monitor. I should try to head back. What? I wanna head back. I feel like I didn't explore enough. And maybe even I can... Oh, wait, maybe I can craft things. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, okay. So items is 1, 2, right? Is that antidote? Oh yeah, I was spamming antidote. I'm forsaken, by the way, because I feel like I like to have my own like spec. I'm just gonna head back. I wanna go back to the area with like the mummies and shit. I feel like I haven't explored enough there. Neat, I know, right? I kind of like being a Forsaken, actually. Like, unironically. It's not like I'm trying to be a Forsaken for the sake of funny haha memes, but no. It's more like I want to have my own, like, my own spec. Like, I can create my own, like, strengths and weaknesses. So, you pick Forsaken as well, right? I feel like it's, like, a really good choice in games like this. Because you start off as like a true level 1, and then you get to spec your own character. I kind of like that. Hi Fluffy Tekken, Omega Tekken. It's the option with the most freedom, exactly. Oh. Oh, I suddenly am reminded of the crawling mummies is like the worst. V, right? Fire good. There's one here, I think? It's kinda dark. And thanks for the lurk, Sonic. Thank you. Oh yeah, there is. I missed it. Wow, it's so dark. Magic. Hey, yeah. It's so good. The poison is not that bad. Okay, the poison is kind of bad though. No, it's not that bad. I feel like there's a lot of places that I have not gone to yet. Magic. Do I have maximum XP already? No, just a little bit more. I want to see what the bong can be. And apparently destroying breakables will increase weapon XP as well. And I can also make them sing. Use my blood. Blood magic. I don't know what this does, but they're spin bars. I don't know what it does. Yeah, see? I didn't explore this place. Holy shit. Oh, it's maximum. Okay, let's change it for now. Let's get rapier. How do I even get up there? I want the portion. Stinky. I gotta do it again. Ooh, 10 money. Holy shit! That's I'm rich. It appears the brain was removed, but the wounds were inflicted with the skull itself. It looks like the brain carved its own way. And that's kinda scary. What do you mean the brain carved its own way out? Oh my god. I hate that. I don't like it. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the 7 streams, like Selig. There was another way here, right? Yeah. Here. Alright, we're good. Man. Oh yeah, I think this is where I got the little Mancy, I think. To hunger is to live, to consume is to die. Now that doesn't make sense. To consume is to live, no? I like consuming food. Don't worry about it. And somehow casting that little Mancy doesn't give me any lunacy though. I remember last week? Yeah, last week I used like once or twice little Mancy, and then it increases my lunacy to like, what, 50%? 60%? Extreme amount, extreme amount. Bridge. Is there a way for me to get to the bridge? What? Oh, one with a sword? Oh shit. If they stand on the spot, don't get close to them. They're probably gonna cast the poison. Like that? No, okay. Yucky picky. Okay, we have both weapons at... yeah, both rapier and stone club can be upgraded now. 21, 9, 12. Let's use this one for now. Or ritual dagger, more speed, reach 2.2, reach 3, 3.5, or you have a sword? I'm dead. Don't do it! Oh shit! Ah! Are you doing the stinky? Alright, we good. That was actually kinda scary, I don't like it. I kinda want to get back to the save point. Soon we'll be free of the accursed well, for great prophet Abdul has found a way out. While we are tethered here physically, our minds can be extricated with enlightenment. What the heck does extricated mean? Since I missed my affiliate anniversary, oh, it's okay. I can still say happy affiliate anniversary, Nexus. Heck yeah. I always love Nexus stream, and I always lurk there. Don't know if I should keep going. This is getting a little bit scary. But I feel like I've been here before. 200, yep. I should take I have a compass. I don't remember noticing it. Oh yeah, it was at options, more, and then compass style. I put it simple. Brian told me to put this on, like, at least have a compass. And I don't know if that helps since I'm kind of dumb. I will drink. Thank you, Hannah. Also welcome. Afternoon. Look at that wet guy. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry. In a good way. Oh, is this the... No, it's not. What? Oh.
Good girl, get squished. Very good, Kobo.
Too early, I'm already blushing. And it's not even half an hour yet. Oh, this one. I have my heritage sword. Ooh, damage. What is it? Question? What? Ooh. Question mark? Oh my god, free? Thank you. You can win. Well, yeah, lucky since I blush very easily. Hollow Basin? Wait, Hollow Basin? Ooh. Oh, that scared me a little bit. Hello, wanna come here? Ah! I don't want to deal with the crawling one. Alright, thank you very much. Should call it Hollow Bustin. Hollow Bustin. It's basin, right? Hollow Basin. I don't know, I like to call it Hollow Basin. Oh, you're called Mummy Knight.
Basin silly, Kobo.
Ooh, that's cool. I hate it though. Can I have your sword? Basin, almost. Hollow Basin. Alright, we good?
My favorite drink is Bustin' Cider.
Bustin' Cider? What the... Is this a prison cell? Oh my god, I think this is a prison cell. Weird. Much better? See, I can English, I think. Hi, Akko. Oh. Yo, can I have the car? Hollow Basin is safe, right? Is that a weapon? Oh my god, it's a cool sword or something. Steel spear. I love this game. 5 reach. Oh my god, this is OP. Sharp spear with a steel point. Manufactured unmasked during the crusade into the Great Well. Whoa. 5 reach. And Kobo too innocent for that? For the Basim? Yeah, that's crazy reach right there. There's no bus basin. The Y is silent. Basin. Basin. Don't like that. I don't like that. I feel like I shouldn't be here. I'll come back later. I need to go to a safe point first. I'm a little bit scared here. If I know where I'm going.
Hollow basin, basin, no busin here Vixie Steppies good girl.
Busin. Yeah, this is the way back. This one goes back to Hollow Basin then. Yeah, it is. I remember this place. Yay, it's brighter now. To explain the bust inside her, well, you bust a nut inside her, bust inside her. You bust a nut inside her? Oh, you come inside her. Oh. I didn't... What? There's a drink like that? Wait, how is there a drink that... Huh? What? Confused. Facepalm? You couldn't facepalm when I never heard of the word before. No. No. Stale. I want to test this. Okay, that is kind of stupid. I love it. Oh. Oh. I was like, I saw like a purple light. Okay, we're at 274. That's good enough. Nice. Damage done with ranged weapon, jump height. Defense, define maximum health and how much can be blocked before your guard is broken. Resistance defines how long status effect take to wear off. Let's get more resistance. Yay. Oh my god, I am speed. The moon. The moon cried to us in our time of need. The moon cried to us. Weapon, weapon, weapon. Silver rapier. 21. 21. Oh, thrust. Ah, okay, so thrust is full charge steps forward, I think. Yeah. Stone Club is 80, that's why. Iron Club, oh my god, it's just a mega bonk. There's more weapon XP? Okay. So this one, Ritual Dagger has none. Steel Spear has none. Iron Club is at 30. Oh my god. Yeah, let's practice Iron Club. Opal, Yellow, Moro, and Lotus Seed Pod? Oh. Crystal Shard, Snowflake, Obsidian, Onyx, and Obsidian. Snowflake, Obsidian. 2 Destroying Angel Mushrooms and a Lotus Seed Pod. 3 Ocean Bone Shard for a throwing knife. Ashes, Obsidian? Onyx? Onyx, Lotus. Oh. Obsidian Onyx? 2 Onyxes? Guess I cannot make anything. You thrust me? Saint here. Did I ever tell you about how those monks got banished here? No. Way back during the Crusades, people of all sorts came down here with righteous fury. I guess they were afraid of an eventual uprising or something. And back then, there were still many ways out of here. Anyway, there was this sect of holy monks who wanted in on that action, but monks typically didn't fight and weren't allowed outside their monastery. So they all decided they would use their magic to help by summoning a by summoning a demon? I think their plan was to kill it, but after the ritual they were surprised to find out the demon was an infant instead of some giant brute. They couldn't bring themselves to kill her, so they actually raised her in the monastery. Oh. After the Crusades ended, the church heard about it, and so they all ended up here. They built this sanctuary and lived here for a long while. But that was so long ago, I guess they're all gone now. At least, I think that's how it happened. My memory ain't that good. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. My bad, another time then. I have money, what can I buy? I'm so tired. Sorry? Oh, sorry? Sometimes it's hard being the only one that needs to sleep. I never seen Demi sleep, and everyone else here are technically dead. Okay, anyway. New trinket. Crossbow. Steel needle. Strangely modified rapier with the guard removed. Though quick and agile, some defense is sacrificed. A basic ranged weapon. I don't know. Crossbow? Crossbow? That steel needle is so cool though. But steel... Speed 45, damage 17. Got to backstab. Oh. You shoot once and then you turn back? Oh, the recoil? I have the iron bonk. I should use that one. Let's buy a crossbow. Thank you. Do I need arrows for that? No accuracy? Full charge? Okay, so full charge is accurate. I got it, I get it. Okay, okay. Hello. I found this and it made me think of you. Dried rat? I hope you are being safe on your way down. Remember, you can always come back here using the warp crystals. Sometimes it's good to take a break or even revisit an area you've already been to. Be safe. Thank you. Thank you? You gave me a dried rat? Oh. A terrible dried rat kept for unknown reasons. Huh. Well, at least I have a dried rat. A free rat, exactly. We go here. We go Hollow Basin, and then I'm gonna go to that purple eye area if I remember how to get there. Ooh. I want to see if I can get the icicle again. Or maybe let's explore this place a little bit. I'm pretty sure I explored this place to its entirety, but just in case. Ooh. So it doesn't have any fall off? Okay, okay. It doesn't have any fall off. Just aim for the weak spot. Excusez-moi? I should probably wall hug a little bit, since there's hidden doors will be shown with a question mark. Ooh, what was that? Did you parry the arrow or something? Milk Schnell. Crossbow makes combat a lot easier, actually. Ooh. Yeah, crossbow is such a good buy actually. Oh my god. I'm so glad I chose crossbow over silver needle. Although silver needle sounds really cool, but man. That does give, yeah, that give XP, holy shit. What is... Oh yeah, you drop obsidian! I don't, oh my god, I don't even remember, holy shit. We're getting hightail? Chances are low actually. I don't know if I want to play hightail. Since I don't feel like getting it. I mean, it does cost 50 ringgit. Did you get it? Did Rollins get the gem? Although it does look like a more... honestly, it looks like a more fun version of Minecraft, to be honest. But I might get it in the future, but not recently. Not soon. Playing? Nice.
Good kobold. Have some pet pets.
More adventure type Minecraft? I mean, Minecraft is more sandbox-ish adventure. So Hytale is more RPG in a sense, I would say. Oh. Early access only got sandbox mode, but will be adventure mode in the future. Oh, is it still in early access now? Kinda surprised. 3 points. They put the game back from Riot after 2 months they released early access. I heard, like, I did ask about Hytale yesterday before I end the stream. It sure sounds like the game has a lot of history, and it sure feels like a lot of people are looking forward to play Hytale, and for good reason, so... Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Oh. Oh. How? I think I need more dex and speed for that one. Oh, crossbow is so good. They sell the game to Riot because they can't manage it. And then Riot drive the game to shit, right? So the original developer just like bought the game back and revived it. Right? Also declared the game died after a while. Shit. What can I say? Riot done them. Oh, right. I forgot. Ad break happens for 3 minutes now. Ah. Yeah, I did change it. I did change it. So now ad break will happen like every 3 minutes. I should probably go go make Seribot say this. Give me a second. Let me go Seribot. I think I can make Seribot like announce the ad things, right? Okay, this join mod, join the chat. So it's exclamation mark ad timer, okay. Okay, there we go. When to free from ads? Want to free from ads? No, like I put the ads at like the minimal amount possible, and then I actually received no money from it, even though the ads are still playing on my channel. So in a way, that's that's very fucked up. Rate snooze, that's good. Okay, I did it. The Saribot is so nice. Okay, ad break is almost over. I have to wait for the ad break now because the ad plays for 3 minutes, so yeah. But it's okay. Nothing much is happening here. Look how dark this place is. Let's get ghost light. Wonder if I can sell the ashes. I have a shit ton of them. Essentially, I'm destroying all these like pots for experiences. Ooh. Okay, yeah, crossbow is the best choice I ever had. Oh my god. Money. I should make a egg break scene so that I can stand up and stretch for a little bit. I think that's a good idea. I think it was here. I don't know why I thought I need ammunition to use crossbow, but guess not. I want to try to add lunacy. Am I immune to lunacy now? Oh right, I forgot there's no accuracy if I just do it like that. Onyx? Ooh. Yeah, I think having 30 speed is like so good. I can explore faster. I can dodge faster. Got him. Oh yeah, this is question mark still. Oh, this is the... Oh, okay, okay. Nice too. I'm so bad. Oh. And crossbow is way too good. At least in this area. I like this sound. Breaking things just kind of makes my cobalt brain very happy. Mm. I don't remember how to get back there. Is it here? Okay, I think it's here. And then I went to... yeah, I went to the right. To the left is to Hollow Basin. I was trying to... yeah, I was trying to get this. I couldn't jump! I couldn't jump properly. Nice. Okay, we could. Oh, Ling, flame flare. Conjuring. Summons a flaming light that stays where it is cast for 45 seconds. Simple form of pyromancy created by the Fire Witch Ashley. Follows the caster for 60 seconds. Oh, this is for like damage. I don't need that. I have Cosball. It's all I need. Should be another one here. Oh! Alright, back at Hollow Basin. Mirage revealed. Oh! Oh, shortcut! Oh my god. New place? Forgotten Forest. Yosei Forest? Yosei Forest? I'm a little bit scared. Should I continue on? Why do I feel like this thing will explode? Oh, okay. Oh! Please tell me there's a save point. Nice! Level 20! Oh my god, I have mega jump. Mega jump. Money, 99 money. Still gonna buy the thing first. Lunaga. I don't know if it's a good idea to kill them, but I did. Wow, you don't despawn. Okay, they do despawn.
Boop
Looks
on
like
your
they...
snoot because Roy died.
Oh shit. Poop on the snoot. Wait, they can destroy the bridge? Oh, did I destroy the bridge? Oh no, the bridge is just gone. Oh my god. What? Oh my god. The fetid Maya? You'll say force. Should I try? I mean, I've been through fetid Maya. And then I went to a blood place. Hopefully this resets the bridge. Yep. They can attack from really far. I don't like it. Oh, free health potion? Oh my god. Oh, there's another way to go. Oh. Many souls have tried and failed to climb the branches into the outworld, but what if the answer lay below? So, are you telling me to go down? I mean, it sure looks like there's something down there. Yellow moral. Alas, I gave all my blood to the forest, but it wasn't enough. Blood drain? Abjuration, a simple form of blood magic rather than hurting one's enemies? It simply sprays them with blood. Why is the blood magic so weird? Like, this one is also blood magic, and then this one blood magic just sprays them with blood. Does it cost mana? Cost 30. Damage is 0. Oh, no. Magic doesn't give me lunacy anymore? I wonder why. I didn't do anything different. Destroying Angel. Ah, okay. I guess I am kind of going down. They look friendly enough. I'm not gonna hurt them. Yeah, it doesn't look like they will hurt me. I'm glad I didn't hurt them first. It's a cool looking deer. Yakur. Sorry, this is the one that's trying to kill me. Oh shit. Well, I don't know what's your deal. Hmm? Hmm? Well, I mean, it draws blood. Always walk sideways. Oh, shiny. Elfin bow. Ooh. 33, speed 10, speed 11. Whoa. Bow, cool. It does deal a lot more damage, I feel like. So the rabbits don't hurt me. Oh, yeah, only that one? That one, that one, that one, that one. That one, that one. Here it comes. That thing is so fast. Ranged weapons definitely the way to go. Ocean. Eat bright month every month. Oh, I don't like this. Apollo? I need to jump higher to get there. There's a lot of like secret places to go. Oh, I hate that thing. Okay. Boop. Wait. Hi, thing. Welcome. Oh. Milk. Milk. Am I drowning? I'm drowning. What's milk? Oh. It's just milk. Don't worry about it. Milk. Juicy bold. How goes the depths? I'm learning the game more now and trying my best not to die, so yeah. Why is it sticky? Because it's milk. Hi Brian, welcome. Wait, maybe it needs fire? I cannot hurt this one? Oh, weird. You remember getting stuck here too? I just reached here. Oh. My downward journey through the roots is taking its toll. Although the roots are free of the paralytic ooze the upward branches have, I am wary of these aggressive sproutlings. Aggressive? How are you aggressive? I ended up coming way later to help me figure out another area when I realized the answer. I couldn't jump high enough. There was another area that I can reach from here, but I cannot jump high enough. Like, backtracking might be useful here. I'm gonna explore just a little bit more. Like, yeah, I need a lot more dex points here. Main head pet. I don't trust that. I don't wanna. Let's get back for now. I feel like I'm missing a lot of things here. The game did say that I can go up or go down, and somehow I went down first. I should probably go level up as well. Six portions. And going down with Tira. Going down with me. I did went down. Oh. Oh, no way. Oh. I mean, it is becoming bigger. I don't know if it's a good idea. Wow, this game. That's how you teach people? That's so cool. The plant life here seems carnivorous. When exposed to fresh blood, the buds bloom. I found some human remains within them as well as gear left behind. Oh, so it's like a... either I get gear or I get killed. Oh, might as well give it a try. It's spraying blood, spray. I spray my blood. It's gonna become so big though. Blood. What? Whoa. Whoa. Random ass question. It has to be about ass. No other questions allowed. It has to be ass. Joking, I'm joking. If a new fighting game was coming, what is a unique theme that you want to see that has never happened? Ass this. Exactly. No. Hi Mars. Hi Tekken. I don't know, actually. I never really thought about that. Give me yours. No, I want Dragon Nest. Gosh, I guess allowing me to play as a dragon, question mark? And troll pharaoh, both? I'm a weird kobold, I just want dragon. I just want dragon. Okay, so sometimes they give nothing. Okay. But why are they saying that aggressive sproutling? Squeak squeak. Heckin yip. So, do you like blood too? Do you want blood? Guess not. So hope Mars is doing good. I'm okay. There was one nearby, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, also, any idea why I'm not getting Lunacy anymore? Weird. Because last time I cast Lithomancy and then I literally got like 50% Lunacy. Need more. The real life moon too dark? Real life. Oh right. Oh, I can gain Lithomancy through real life moon. It is 1:56 p.m. now. It's following my PC time, which is not really accurate. Trimming the break. Oh, Saribot is so nice. Whoa. Oh my god, new sword. A rusted, discarded great sword. The level of rust almost seems unnatural, as if the metal itself held strange oil. Hey. Tonight is a new moon. Magic will be at its weakest ever. The closer we get to the full moon, the stronger your magic will become. So because now it's not the full moon... I just got double E'd. Triple? Oh my god, actually triple. What? Not just not a full moon, the opposite of one. Your magic is weaker than default, technically. Ah. So that explains why I'm not getting any lunacy. I guess now we can go down again, but before I go down, I kinda want to level up first. Maybe I can find a safe crystal down there. If not, I'm just gonna shit my pants, I guess. Also explains why my fire spear felt particularly useless. Oh. Got by with the torch for now? Fire, good. Doing a vampire run now? Super odd? Is it like you can go to places with bright light? Blood magic is completely nerfed. Unlucky. Oh, no restriction. Okay, okay. The game opens up quite a bit. Oh, okay. The ad break is finishing now. I actually don't see this ad break going on. The semi-late game puzzle just opens up for you automatically. Oh. I don't like how bloody the butts are. Lip. Lip. Equip an antidote? Yeah, I have it. I have 3 antidote. Take your time, Ryan.
Impero TV.
Freaking yip. Uh-oh, yip. Freaking yip. I'm getting yipped.
Good little yipper.
I'm a good little yipper. Yellow moral. Oh, I hear something. Oh. Aha. That's dangerous. I hate it. You get yipped on, stupid. Trying to get me with that? That does mean I have to look at the ground constantly now. That's really bad. I feel like I'm gonna get lost here quite a bit. Yep. Yep. I like yep. Oh! Hmm? Oh, I just did a circle. Yep. I guess I can try to go down.
Cobalt doesn't like this place. That's a different flower. Neptune. Looks like it's gonna do range attack. Money. Earth Strike. Aggressive launches an earthen boulder at the enemy, a simple but effective technique. Essentially just throw rocks. That's a cobalt skill. Uncovered. I'm already lost. What? If this is where I think it is this the starting area? I don't know. Wait. Yeah, I knew it. What? Hi, coming. Oh. I got the sniffer now. The sniff. Oh. I want to see where this leads if I jump down. Okay, I've been here before. Oh, I've never been here. Okay, I know where this is. I know where this is. Do I know where this is? Always make your combo when she's being... I like milk. Okay, I've been here. Is this... Oh, this must be the place that I cannot reach. This is so weird. And this is going back. Okay, so I essentially just made a... I just made a circle. I wanna jump down again. Okay, so I was right. I saw that. Neptune combo Neptune. I don't even dare to go like in close range anymore. I don't know what they're gonna do. What if they just like fucking eat me once and I'm dead? Give it a try. Get a feeling. Yeah, it's too spicy. I don't like that. At least I can gain experience points like this. I think. I'll come back later. There's two of them. So hard to see. Okay. Snakes behind you. Oh, hi, hi, sweet. Mm. Hi, Kelsey. What? You returned and has some notes? Mm-hmm. Tell me about it. No, just saying good girl. Oh my god. And turn back, nothing but darkness ahead. You sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. Let's get back. Bloody Roar is old and good amount of people loved it. I love Bloody Roar. I think I played Bloody Roar 3 and 4 on my PS2 back then. Forest entrance? Actually shop? There's a shop? Don't look at me like that. Hello? Well, hello. I wonder what would bring someone down here. Not many even survive past the forest spirits. If you like, I have some items for you. Poison urn, ocean elixir, moonlight vial. A small vial of precious moonlight liquid fully restores mana and increased lunacy. Rare item indeed, often kept by the magically inclined for dire needs. Fairy moss. A clump of rotabulum that slowly heals the user for 60 seconds. Whoa. Health vial for 1? A golden vial of blood that fully recovers the drinker's vitality, given to knights during the subterranean crusades. These vials remain as a precious relic of that time? Not too. People have not seen good monster mashup like game, besides a few rare games like a few games on IF or if it's Killer Instinct. Oh, Killer Instinct is good, but it's too like Killer Instinct is like, there's too much toxicity for the game, unfortunately. I don't know if I should buy this. It's all question mark. It only costs 1. There's no way. Is it health VI? It's health VI. What are you selling, huh? I found health VI instead of health vial. He used to use for 60 seconds. A flask enchanted of enchanted water embodying the spirit of the ocean. By drinking it, one becomes closer to the ocean and gains plus 40 maximum mana permanently? Goddamn! So... Oh, there's ad break going on. Based on the notes, why not make a Bloody Roar game with cryptids based on the nationality of its character? And I already thought about it. SCP characters would be guest characters. So we need Malo. We definitely need Malo in the game. Hey comic. Welcome, Omega comic. I'm here and tired. Oh, and get some rest. Rest good. Remember to fake items on PMD where it's misspelled? Something like that. No Malo for now at least. Ah, I want Malo. I mean, what's gonna happen, right? Only one way to find out, by drinking it. Why am I not surprised? Okay, how long does the poison last? Give me this. Still poisoned? Shit. Alright, just have antidote. I think I like the slow heal. Alright, bye. Thanks for poisoning me. This is forced entrance, so this is the way to get back. Still brainstorming, but I think it will be fun. I mean, that does sound like an idea. Bloody Roar on its own, the gameplay is really heckin' fun. I don't think I know much about Bloody Roar. Like the combat, I'm pretty much like spamming and stuff. Oh! Oh my god, I know where this is! Shortcut? Okay, I have 5 levels, let's not die here. It's too bad that there's no like kobolds or dragon transformers in Bloody Roar. Or this chameleon, but the chameleon doesn't look that good. Nice. Fletchling. I reached level 25. Look at my jump. I like the jump. Okay, let's go upgrade the stuff real quick. Save, we're up to the Wings Rest. We can upgrade the crossbow. Iron Club is not even there yet. Wait. Oh yeah, there's also Rusted Sword. double crossbow. Oh my god. Double arch crossbow capable of firing bolts at faster speeds. It is a lot faster. Hello. Did I ever tell you about that assassin that got trapped here? No. About 40 or so years ago, or maybe it was 80. I don't remember. There was an assassin of some renown. They had a vicious reputation and always got their mark. But they realized that sooner or later they'll start to run out of targets. And eventually they'll be the one wanted dead in the outworld. So they took an impossible job, one that required them to kill someone that was banished here. They knew there wasn't going to be a way back whether they were successful or not. But it didn't matter to them, I guess. And so the rumor is that they settled down here and even took on a new profession. Something about collecting from the dead and reselling stuff instead of making people dead. At least I think that's how it happened. My memory ain't that good. Fair enough. Opal, Yellow Moro, and Lotus Seed Pod. Do I have Opal? I do. 2 Opal. Lotus Seed Pod and Yellow Moro. I should try to create something new actually. Destroying Angel. Oh yeah! Crystal Shard, Snowflake, Obsidian, Onyx, and Obsidian. I don't think I have the Snowflake Obsidian. Opal, Onyx, and Lotus Seed Pod. Throwing Knife Tree, Ocean Bone Shard. Destroying Angel? With Ocean Bone Shard? What can I even do with ashes? There's no hint on what I can do. God, here. I'm good. Is it pretty here? I mean, there's a lot of rock. I like rock. I wanna eat them. I guess it's a little bit pretty. Yeah. I feel like I don't need to escape to the outworld as long as peaceful places like this exist. But I still wanna help those who do. Be safe. Thank you. Do I get back to to Yosei Forest? No. I wanna try going back to the Fetid Maya. Feels like I'm missing a lot of stuff there. Wait, actually, no. Get back to Hollow Basin. I wonder if I can make a jump. I mean, I added a lot of dex points, so maybe that works. 38, reach 60, 70, speed 12. Yeah, double crossbow is just way better than that one. Let's go to the Hollow Basin. Hollow Basin. EXP there. This one. Not really? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Well, new place. Forbidden Archives. Reach the Grand Library. 100k point, 50k more to go. Heck yeah. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, Dragon Colony. Speaking of, next week I should start consistently doing art again so that people can actually redeem this shoulder up sculpture again. Am I supposed to be... What? I like how there's no music here. Book Betrayal? Destroy book. I don't like book. Joe's book a cobalt. No, I don't want to read. I can't read. No. Where's the music? Music is such a jam. You read and you will like it? No, I don't like reading. Reading hard. Words are too big for cobalt, right? It's too damn bad. You keep reading. No. Oh. History of the Ages. Bye-bye. Is that a bad book? Necronomicon? Oh my god. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Not the Necronomicon. Oh, I love this place already. Love this place's music as well. Holy shit, such a jam. I don't even know where your hitbox are. Yep. Vibe and Gem. Derek Mariko War Story. Story good, but I only know how to yip. Lyria? No. I don't want to read floating book. Can I destroy this? I guess I have to read for the lore. Fine, I'll read the lore. It was excerpt 5, I think? Excerpt 5 and 6? History of the Ages, Volume 17, Excerpt 5. Breaking point in the Dark War, King Griffith became the first human to acquire magic. The first human to acquire magic by drinking the cranial fluid of a fell Jotun? This knowledge soon became common and many created entire armies of spell swords. The creatures are driven back, and this begins the first age of magic. So you drink something and then it became magic? Wait, and then this one. Okay, so this continues, right? Except 6. Of all the kingdoms, Lyria embraced magic the most. If the tales can be trusted, Illyrian caused the crying moon. Whether on purpose or not is unknown, but the flowing moonlight cascaded directly on Lyria, enveloping it in silver liquid, drowning it down into the earth. Well, I read all of that, I have no idea what it means. Ooh, snail? I just realized, why is this bookshelf like this? Are you a fakey bookshelf? magic? When did I hit you? What? Ow. Ocean elixir. I got another ocean elixir? Oh my god. Isn't that like the... Yeah, permanently increases maximum mana by 40. Tira, stop destroying my books. I can't read your stories if you destroy my books. Too bad. I don't like book. Ooh. Nice too. Book hurt my brain. I mean, game-wise, I'm destroying the books because I'm actually trying to get like... trying to get this weapon to upgrade. This one. Weapon XP. Believe it or not, destroying books does, or like destroying things, increases XP just a little bit. So Dragon Master is supposed to have a horror if it destroyed them. It's okay, I'm sure it's a big dragon, you have more books around. It's just a kobold happened to raid into... Oh. Except 7. The first age of magic ended while the moonlight continued to fall, carving its way into the earth, and after a series of corrupt rulers and mages, mankind grew to distrust magic. They began sending them back to Lyria by throwing them into the cascading silver liquid. Eh? Nice. Light urn? Is it like this one? Light urn. A fragile urn filled with holy light, typically thrown at enemies. Oh, bam! Oh, it's a bam! Okay. Go on like bam. For the lost kingdom of Lyria. What happened to Lyria again? Lyria hates magic? Question mark? In case I cannot destroy paintings. Instead, cobalt noises. I also destroy books on site. Nice. Oh. Yeah. Battery 好像在那个桌子后面那边。你要这个对不对？你要大小 double A。哦，你弄什么？哦。哦，你想那个厕所灯啊？那时候不是？
把那个风扇给修一起坏了。
哎，风扇？
那个风扇没有坏，给我成功的拆了，然后坏掉。
哎，牛逼！Also, hi Zeus. My paintings, the people hate me. I don't think me destroying books and paintings means I hate you, question mark? Okay. 2 level. Let's save as well. Okay. I'm super fast now, I think. Destroying books to the point where my weapon is already like almost like leveling up. Oh. Except 8. After the brief second age of magic, the Great Well was constructed directly over the hallowed void from the barely seeping moonlight, and 3 of the great kingdoms form a trust banishing most magic. They together founded a new feudal rule, the Golden Lands over the ruins of Lyria. So they hate magic now? And be like if you use magic you die, something like that? Oh, shit. What's going on? Hey, Jake. What happened, Jake? Oh. Conscious inanimate object cosplay? Oh. Well, with the power of lithomancy? I like it. But too much screaming though. Actually, not enough screaming, I don't know. Snail. Snail. light reveal. Esotericism? Surrounds the target of the caster in light to reveal its attributes. A complex light spell used by scouts during the Crusades. Reveal its attributes? I'm curious. Like, I'm cosplaying a room full of them. Fair enough. Milk snail, light? Health 117. How do you expect me to, like, remember all of that? Man, that department? What? Oh. Volume 20, Excerpt 2. It skips so much? The music is sounding very loud. Prince Krylon, the son of Great Queen Justina Fanu and renowned Knight Ophelia, took over as regent when his mothers entered into a 1,000-year sleep. It is unknown which mother transformed in order to sire him, if at all, and while his mothers both became reading is hard, became vampires later in life. He was born one. He quickly became feared within Lyria for his ruthlessness and power. Who? Later, when the Golden Lands began to take rule, oh, it's like after. Okay, so they do something like it's the Golden Land, so they don't want magic anymore, right? And then this continues. And Lyria was mostly destroyed. Prince Krylon vanished the entire Fanu castle. The castle was eventually discovered during the Crusades and became a focal point for conflict. However, since its vanishing, its servants had been turned, and the prince had amassed an army of creatures who succeeded in defending it. Defending what again? The banger music though, oh my god. Milk snail. Sick. Big sword? I'm only seeing big sword here. Don't know what that painting is. Lit. Lit. Ui! What? 哇，骂狐狸，这是什么鬼东西？ Walao eh, 嚇死面咯！ Knew it, Chimera, Lion, Goat, Snake. I think I was here. That one, ooh, immediately gave me a level. It kinda hurt though. That one must have been like a mini boss fight. There's another thing here. Enlightened one. Wow, that's very enlightened. Fire Opal, Mana Vial. Sitting down heels. If sitting down heels would be nice. Nah, I don't think it does. I don't want to use that for now. 3-minute air break starting. What is this? Earth Elixir? This one. A flask of enchanted water embodying the spirit of the earth. By drinking it, one becomes closer to the earth and gains permanent maximum health? If oh, that's enough XP, okay. So Rusted Sword is done, now we do Iron Club. I don't know why. I don't know what's with the constant. Oh. Oh yeah, I came from here. Oh, I have to use this thing. Oh shit. More milk snail. Mega bonk. Love me some bonkage. Did that magic not hurt me at all just now? Oh, it hurt a little bit. But the visual is messed up. Like this one I lost health. But then on the top left I didn't lose any health. I don't know if I can fight that thing. Sure can. Ooh, I'm stuck. Wow, that's cool. I think I'm kinda tanky now. Is it just me? They don't hurt me at all. Oh. I went there. I can bonk the snail. Oop. Icicle! I got it back. Yeah, it doesn't have any like upgrades, but at least I got it back. For context, Icicle was like the first ever equipment drop that I have in this game. on my previous session. Yeah, they know magic. Hiding. Ow! That's a lot of snail. Oh, there we go, except 9. The Golden Lens ruled for several generations until it was found that they harbored and practiced forbidden magics. Oh, the outrage resulted in a long civil war, eventually seeing an end to their rule and sparking the Crusades. Yeah, okay. It's the moaning one again. Huh? No. No. Oh, they bleed as well. See, it's so fucked up. Hello. Daedalus, greetings, young traveler. You must be a historian as well. Yeah, I read books. I don't destroy books on site. I think I might be a historian. I don't know. I hope this library has exceeded expectations, as it did mine long ago. Many unwanted books found their way into the Great Well over the ages. There are even cursed black books that couldn't be burned or destroyed, but were soaked in ink to remove their incantations. I am quite fond of these, like all knowledge deemed forbidden. I am able to interpret the subtle scratches left behind. If you happen upon any cursed black books, please bring them to me. I will reward you with the arcane knowledge held within. Thank you? I don't think I've seen any books that's like covered in ink or something. Oh, that's the Chimera. Okay, I know what. I guess destroying books allows me to know if I've been here or not. Oh! the heck? Hello? GG, the game decided to fuck with me now. Oh, at least I survived. The game decided to be like, oh, you shot them? Well, too bad. Oh, did you shoot them? No, I don't think so. The fuck was that? This place sucks. All the enemies has weird hitboxes and shit. Oh, hurtbox. Like the books, even though I shot the books, it just went through them. And then the same goes for the enlightened ones apparently. Oh, Celeste! Oh my god! And TJ Payne and V. Hi Sorrow, hello, welcome. And Fairy, hi. Welcome, welcome. I think I saw you. I saw you were playing Lethal Company. Yeah, how was Lethal Company, Dragon? This game is very good. I'm like level 9 or something. I had a little bit of a bit time with this game last session, but now that I learned more about this game, the game's very fun. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Kira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. I wanna be a Hydra. Can I be a Hydra? Oh wait. I could be a Hydra bold? I mean, that kinda works. Leave a message above for you. Let me have a look. Also, hi Johnny. Hi Octane Wolf. Welcome. Uh-oh. My small monitor is being stinky. Give me a second. Enjoy the stream. I'm enjoying the stream. I hope you had a good stream too, Celeste. Oh, thank you. I have my bunk. Night, Dragon. And thanks for the raid again. Hello and welcome. Maxi Virgin Octane Wolf, thank you. I should change the follow notifications. Hello. I don't know where I got that what do you call that? 自信 self-esteem? Yeah, I think that's the word. I don't know where I got that self-esteem to use that as my own following notification. Hi Solar. Wait. Welcome Solar. More Drinking is so weird in this place. Oh, I will drink. Yeah, I should drink more water actually. I had too much durian lately and I feel weird. Thank you, Johnny. Please have wonderful night gaming. Gonna go consider my job now. Of course. And good luck with job. Take care. You're gonna have a wonderful night gaming. Time zones so weird. But I also cannot help but feel like time zone is kind of fascinating. I don't understand this map's monster, I hate it. Oh, that worked. Oh, there's another one. Why? Where should I hit you? Below? Okay, below. Okay, hit that thing's bottom, apparently. Mirage revealed. Chicken. Have a good luck, Sorrow. Thank you. Read? Oh. Oh wait, I'm back here. This is where I started, I think? I don't know if I have explored this place through its entirety. I have no idea. Hi, Juno Scout. Yeah, I've been down there. How's the combo of keep? I'm doing pretty okay today. I had a nice food, I had nice sleep, I had nice coffee this morning. I had a really big cup of coffee actually, like big cup of coffee. I might be obsessed with coffee, I don't know. I like coffee. Coffee nice. $18 skill points? Oh my god. Coffee good. I don't know if it's like how many ml 550? Hope it became caffeinated explosive? I hope not. I mean I feel fine. I don't feel like my heart palpitates at a very extreme degree. Big wins, oh my god. Defines maximum health and damage done with melee weapons. Maximum health and how much can be blocked before your guard is broken. How long status effect 6? 关电？哦，是哦，因为它那个电
被电傻了。
哎呀
上分之后，结果在关电。
，OK 了。
一个是我不知道哪个也是怕关到你的电。
但是三个都不能够用啊，现在。
对，它可以用一个而已咯。
哦。
冲锋机也不能现在。
哦，冰景至少可以冲凉，那没有事。
我说你好了过后，我就是得换的嘛，我反正是要换，我已经买回来了那个水。
哦。
等关电罢了。
啊，等关电了，那可能等一下，我看现在几点
4点多，所以我没有，我不是
？3点42。
反正你好了，然后你跟我讲一下啦。
可以啊。
反正因为我现在不用厕所。
啊，是哦，我应该也没用厕所，我用厕所我应该用楼下也可以。
是没有问题，那跟你讲一下。
可以。Can we become hyper focus extreme? A little bit. Resist. I'll get resist to maybe 20 points of resist. Run speed 13. 1 point of speed for 0.1 run speed. Defines maximum running speed. Yeah. Do I get more jump? So defense plus 10 maximum health. Strength plus 5. Resistance doesn't add any. I think mana and health increases based on level as well, so having this is like extra. I'm not exactly blocking anyway. I kinda miss playing melee weapons. Feels like it is a lot harder to use melee weapons in this game, but what do I know? I don't want INT in Kobo Dum Dum. Speed index.
Yep.
Heckin' yep. Did I skip? I probably did. Like, what's this place in the Fitted Maya? So the Fitted Maya should be a lot easier for me now, question mark? I hope. I don't know. Hey, Star Watcher. Dragon? Oh my god, Dragon. Hi, Dragon. I like Dragon, and Kobo likes Dragon. Light reveal. Oh yeah, rusted sword is done. I wanna upgrade my sword. Did you change your stance? Oh my god. Dark greatsword, excuse me? A heavy iron greatsword imbued with... Oh my god, so many people... Imbued with a strange dark energy. I still need to upgrade my iron club. I need the weapon XP. Share my steel needle? Why not? Thank you. A strangely modified rapier with the guard removed. Though quick and agile, some defenses sacrificed. Oh, no upgrade? Oh, hi. That's not that good. It's okay. Hey, Demi. Welcome back. Oh, okay. Bone, Clive. Did I ever tell you about how the monks got banished here? Yeah, you tell me. My bad, another time. Anything else? How you been? Monks? Yeah. Alright, we good. Let me try going to the fitted mire then. I mean, I went to Yosei Forest, but I feel like I need more jumping height before I can explore more. There is a place that allows me to go to a dark place though. I can try going to a dark place. Because there was a sign that's like... a sign that's that says don't push forward. There's no need. Only darkness ahead. Uh-oh. Got him. Lots of lost souls in this hub area. But everyone seems to be chill that they really do not care they are stuck in that realm. Yeah. I guess they don't mind. Can I go up somehow? Nah, maybe not. I don't want to risk it. I don't want. Whoa, there's a lot of singing happening. Oh my god, it's so loud. That guy is actually shouting. Are they singing? I wonder if you guys can hear them. I don't think so. I mean, it's loud, but it's not close to my microphone. I got the bong stick. Boop, 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 boop. Many boop. Oh my god. Only one hit.
Yep.
I'm too small. I like being small. If I can jump high enough, maybe I can get up there? Question mark? Okay, that thing is aggressive. And I think there's a shortcut. Oh, did I miss one? Blood drain. Oh, okay. All right, I forgot about this shortcut. No, is it a shortcut? Oh, it is. Okay, okay. Money. A ghost theory? Looks about right. They are aggressive though, but the rest of the Bunai doesn't seem aggressive. I will spray blood. Yeah. So this is a shortcut that I just found before I leave this place. Making a shit ton of progress this session. I'm so glad. Maybe last time I just wasn't familiar with the game. And I got upset at the game for a little bit. Hello. You're still alive? I just really thought you'd be dead by now. Since you're alive, you should do a little quest for me? Sure. I need someone to go out to the forest canopy and retrieve the skull of Josiah. You'll need this key to get there. Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. Just don't fall. Anyway, want to take a look at anything? Sure. Healthy. I love the healthy. I want fairy moss. Fairy moss is so good. Give me more. Thank you. Heck, I lower key to avoid spoilers. Ah, of course, of course. I'll stop for a bit. I hope Terrapin is enjoying the game though. I'm enjoying the game a heck a lot today. Last time got a little upset because I didn't know much about the game, but now I do, so the game is fun as heck. I like it. Have a good luck, Sorrow. I will continue now. I think this is a place to the darkness. Yeah, there it is. I don't know if I want to just jump down. I might die, but it's okay. Whee! Oh, the lick is so good. I need to get myself a licking emote like that as well. And welcome back, Brian. And the clap, oh my god. New place? Came back haunted, reached the catacombs. I hate this place. I hate this place. I couldn't get back anymore though. Are those eyes? Oh. You want me to jump down even deeper? Oh fuck. Alright, okay. I'm already getting scared. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, wait, I'm stuck here. Oops. Oh. Aha. The smile is red. A cursed tomb. It's so heckin' dark and scary, I know. Catacombs is... Oh, there's a lot of graves. Okay, okay. Thanks for the pet. The music is like... It sounds like random noises, but it's so cool though. Like, it sounds random, but at the same time, it doesn't sound random. It sounds so cool. I don't know how they managed that. Oi! 马骨溜，鸡马干，你要吓死人！妈的你真是，没打马向过去好，你就吓死人！真是，哎呀，不要吧，妈的，很恐怖哎！Entrance？ 什么鬼东西啊？ Like the three fires of Prometheus, only then shall vision be restored. I guess? Was this something trying to kill me just now? That's fucked up. What the heck? It's this thing again. Oh! Hiya! 奇怪。 告你的头真是 Peasant graves and commoners crypt. Can I do something with this? Do you need like a ghost light? I guess not. Entrance, it's being blocked. I should probably bring my torch. There, okay. The heck is this? Well, I don't like this place. No effects. I'm so tanky. I can kind of hear it. Are you like a lung or something? Oh my god. So Hellfire will always fully heal, I think. I think I need some thigh exercise before keep on going. You're right. I cannot pause the game though, but I think over here should be fine. Here, I'll stand here. And just... I think this should be fine. Or I could use this flame flare. I should have used flame flare actually. This one helps. It stays in one place and it helps me attack. I'm doing it. I should have just used flame flare. I don't know what I was thinking. Alright, here we go. I'm doing it. I'm okay. Did you end up killing or running from Miko? I killed it with my 1000 poke. I'll help with exercising thighs. I mean, looking at dragon is already helping. I like Tekken. Wonder if there's gonna be any more Miko.喂，我干妈鸡巴那是吓死了，妈咕哩温的时候屌妈他也吓死了。鸡巴面条这样吓人，真的是哦！不要这样嘛，我的心脏不好啊，妈的！哦，不要嘞！ Oh.
Hello and welcome.
外面吓死我！哎呀，I'm okay, I think. Complex string, thank you. Welcome. I already hate this place. Is that another Migo that I hear? It's another Migo. Hiya. Yeah. Get him! Attack. Where'd you go? Oh? No, that's not it. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Liquid Basilisk, hi. I was wondering, man, why are the enemies so scary? And then I looked at the other works the dev made. Como too powerful? I got scared shitless. He just ran away. I mean, I saw the dev made Lost in Vivo as well. I didn't play it, but I watched the video about it, and yeah, it's super mega scary. Noble crits. What is this thing? Why not strong attack too? Because I cannot see where it is, and a strong attack requires too much time to charge out. And I'm hoping to hit it multiple times rather than try to hit it once very painfully. Doof. That's a son of Migo, right? Are you here? Where are you? Are you close? Are you friendly? Where are you? Are you here? Light. So I'm already lost. Commoner crypt and peasant grave? Macuri, 什么鬼东西？你要玩啊！你要玩啊！来！你要玩什么？一打香不行，赶紧过来！ What? Fast mover at the one place answer has still remain ASL? Oh shit, I didn't heal. Ah, I'm stupid. I didn't heal. Oh no. I forgot to heal. I didn't check my health. No. I was so focused on trying to poke that thing. Also, how much did I lost? I lost a lot of things. Yeah, oh no. I lost like 10,000 things. Oh no. Oh, that's so punishing. I didn't check my health once and I lost so much progress again. I'm gonna become angry beard. I'm gonna become angry bird. I'll buy a few. I'm not gonna buy steel needle anymore. It's not that good actually. Took you back to the forest. It took me back to the Forbidden Archive. Didn't find a crystal in the tomb? Nope. There should be one, but it's so the roads are so convoluted that I cannot even know where I'm going. I guess it's part of the game, like part of the place. It's okay. It's fine. It's just half an hour of my progress. Oh wait, there was a shortcut I forgot. I'm okay with that. I'll try using a dark greatsword against that stupid needle. So the magic cannot really hurt it. Flame flare doesn't hurt it. So I might as well just use a ghost light to use the ghost light. Wait, I could use light review. I might be able to use light review and it might reveal what Meagle is? Wait, no way, that has to be it. I'm the best? Well, might as well give it a try. Yet it does give XP. Maybe I need a lot of light review over at that place. I mean, that place is dark. light review might help.
Good
hi,
girl.
Zuri.
Yes.
Oh. Hi, Zuri. Fox pick? Oh, Cerebot can do that? Oh my god. Randomfox.ca. I need to watch it. Oh, oh, you guys cannot see it. Wait. Oh my god, the lake! The lake! It's so cute. The Rupel's fox is specially adapted to desert life and can survive without drinking water for long periods. They get most of their water from the food they eat. Wow. Fox fact. Hope Weirb is doing good. Still alive. Yeah, give me the key. And then do this. Give me 2 of these, thank you very much. Okay, pick. That's Chayton? What's Chayton? I'm surprised the Greatsword has no range. You can't have 2 cats, it's pandering. But cat's nice. And cat good. I like cat. Oh. Double cat. Gosh, cats are so cute though. Alright, I'm jumping down. Let's have a iron torch and also the thing. Weird. Here's Wiggly Booty. I do have a butt emo. Alright, going down again. If this is where I think it is, one Migo should be here? Three fires of Prometheus, only then shall vision be restored. Fire of Prometheus. Well, hi, Bad Gamer. One Migo is here. Oh yeah, I died to this one. Right. Oh my god, I'm so schizo. Migo, health light. Health 196. Wait, you're light? So dark is good then? Oh, no effect. Light refill doesn't refill, right? What about blood spray? Wait, that's lithomancy. Oh, I forgot to change it back. I feel like I feel like I'm schizo at this point. Yeah, this is very worth it. I'm just gonna do this. I'm looking at my health. I don't care. I have 10 health potions. You can hit me all you want. Guess who almost got Primal Xeno? Oh, did you do a no-hit? And I get an ocean bone shot out of that? Wow. That's stingy. At least that was worth it. You had that fucking fight, it's bullshit, it's pure bullshit. It's okay, at least Primal Xeno is hot. Primordial Xeno is hot. I don't trust you. Survey banner? Survey banner? Are you like an item that I can use? A wooden banner used by scouts to lead armies through the depths. Help the user navigate by placing it in known locations. Oh. His regular claw swipe? The hippo is quite further than his actual paw. Hip check? Hippo extends to the tail. It's okay, it's not hyperspace tackle. Oh, that looks good. Enrage TP into planting his ass on you? Too fast? Ooh, that's so hot though. Primordial Malzino can plant his ass on me anytime. I'm trying to fucking the third thing for Elm Sword. What? Hi, Blizzy. Welcome. The way we spend one warrior buck to get a count in the spirit. Oh, the tempered something something, right? That one is really good. Although the timing on that is really tight though. But if you get that to work, it's super duper amazing. Hope Lizzie is doing good. Welcome. TP butt slam is so fast to even get the parry frames out. But I like Malzino, but so this chest will trigger the skeleton will be alive after. There we go. The only counter faster is flowing water and hammer. Oh, is flowing water fast? It was nice seeing you in the VR chat meetup yesterday. It's the first time I've seen you in Celeste's VR chat meetup. It is the first time I joined a VR chat meetup ever. It's nice seeing you too, even though I was super duper shy that during that time. I was shy and I was scared as well. I have like extreme social anxiety when there's so many people gathered around. Like that. Yeah. You're socializing outside. I tried. Yeah, I saw you with the Mizu with the plushie as well. Tempest Spray Blaze 3 frames active counter with 1.5. Flowing water is instant. Oh. Like being praised. Then I changed the record. I saw. While we were still in the poker room, or whatever that room is, the room that we're playing poker. Basically, we shield with flowing water, but it's a trick on shield gems. It's more. It's like it's a counter, right? Noble crypts. I think I skipped this part, and then I went here, and there's like a Migo here, I think. Hit me all you want. face takedown is not too bad actually. Yeah, Popcorn Palace. It is a counter, but because it works frame 1 just like shields do, it's just like a shield, which you can do spin off of. I didn't play Hammer too much on Rise, which is unfortunate. Should probably do more Hammer, but I didn't. Rise Longsword is so stressful. How much does the thing have? I don't know. Oh wait, it says 196 I think. I did a light review and it worked. And I don't fucking trust you. I will put a banner here. Okay. I hear another Miko. I remember you, little shit. Uh-oh. Did Miko do that? Yeah, Miko did. Fuck. Ay-yoy. Oh my god. Hope Becky is doing good. Okay, where's that Miko? If I can hit it, I can kill it. It is as simple as that. If I can hit it, I can kill it. Hi, Becky. What equipment have you found so far? Oh, these are the ones that I have. Dark Great Sword, Double Crossbow, Elfin Bow, Heritage Sword, Icicle, Iron Club, Iron Torch, Ritual Dagger, Silver Rapier, and Steel Spear. Galactic Deity, hi! More Dragon, oh my god. You're summoning the Dirks? I'm so happy. I love Tekken. Oh, there's ad break going on. I couldn't pause the game, but I wanna. Wanna do a proper stretch and some water. Not the Ed's dungeon cell, I'm sorry. It's okay, I won't do anything much here. I would just hydrate myself properly during the ad break. Three minutes of ads is kind of scary though. I do wonder if ads is like, do they have stream banner ads? Like, not entirely intrusive ads. It's like a banner that appears below my stream or something. That doesn't mute my stream or just literally get 5-minute breaks. That's too much. I recently changed this one though, right? I changed this from 30 seconds per hour to 3 minutes because I'm sorry to say, right? Because when I put the ads as the lowest amount possible, which is 30 seconds per hour, and Twitch plays ads on my channel, and Twitch doesn't give me any money for that. So yeah, that's very fucked up. Right, I could not disable ads outright. Even if I put ads at the lowest amount possible, it still plays ads, but it doesn't give me any money. So that's very fucked up. I hate Twitch for that. Twitch is so stupid, actually. Ugh. It is what it is, though. Right? I think that's the ad break. They only want to do because they want more profits by forcing you to give them money. Exactly. There should be like 3-minute ad break and show 1 30-second ad. Oh man, if only. 1 30-second ad would be a blessing. Instead of like showing a full 30-second, a full 3-minute ad. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Sometimes it'll be a full movie. Yeah, the full movie is so fucked up actually. And I hope Twitch actually has the ad that I hope Twitch actually shows stream banner ad, like non-entirely intrusive ad. A banner ad that just appears below my stream for a little bit. I hope Twitch does that instead of like intrusive ads entirely. It shows like videos hiding my stream entirely. It's like, yeah, that's fucked up. Is there another Migo somewhere? They prefer the cheaper option by showing ads with either cryptocurrency or literally a slop. I hate big corporations with a passion. Like big corporations like, oh, AI will be the future, and then AI literally destroying the entire world. No, no, don't look at the bad, look at the good. Nothing good literally comes from nothing good comes from AI. New thing, new thing. Why do you keep making noises but I don't see anything, huh? Another curse painting? Oh, okay. Right, we good. Hey, this is where the cursed painting is. They're the best thing ever, oh my god. Earth Elixir. HP power up. Very nice. More Migo? I see it, I see it. close. I have money? Oh. Wait, this is not where I came from, right? The mouth is wide. Is there no crystal around here? I need to explore this place more. I need to know, so I'll put it like this and this. It's kind of a waste, but at least I know that's the place to go. Don't mess with that. Unless I have to. Maybe this is where I came from. Is there really no crystals around here? You make that sound, but there's nothing around me? There's no way of getting back out anymore, so if I don't find a crystal and I die here, I'll be a very angry kobold. Three fires of Prometheus? Vision restored? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Fires of Prometheus? I don't know anymore. I mean, there's no backtracking anymore because, well, I couldn't get back. I guess the only way to go is to go down without saving. I'm fairly sure that I already went through the entire place. I think that's a cursed painting one. No ghost light. Crystal shard. Are you the fire of Prometheus? Maybe you are. By breaking it, the magic that is released surrounds the user and warps them back to Wing's Rest. If I warp back to Wing's Rest, I have to come back here again. I kinda wanna see what I'm dealing with down there. It could be more Migo, but I'm not too sure. Oh. Oh, where'd you come from? This place is not too bad. If Mare is the only one they're gonna fight against, then I can burn them, so yeah, that's pretty okay, I would say. Hopefully I can find a crystal around here. Mausoleum? Ooh, don't like that. Run. Okay. They are not too bad. But if there's like 2 or 3 of them, I need to run away. Yeah, don't like that. Who hit me? What the heck? There was an extra hit. I don't know if I'm just going in a circle at this point. More potion left. This is fucked up. I wonder if they keep respawning. Coffin? Spin? Oh, hi Ash. Night boyfriend. Coffin? Summons a wooden coffin. The bodies within these coffins have long ago turned to ash. None know how many bodies have been thrown into the pit. The mad wizard Abdul thought of them more as usable resources and created a few of these rings. I don't think that's useful. I don't know what it is for. Hope Ash is doing good. Still don't know what this thing does. Almost out of heal, so I don't know if I'm going the right way. Or have I been here before? Still don't know what these are. I might have ran a circle already, did I? Yes, I did. Okay, so that's kind of good to know. In a way that this place is a big circle, but there's so many branching paths around this place, so it's so fucking scary. Wait, I've been here. Shell? No shell. Okay, we good. I already despise this place. Aww. What? Wait, that's a different area. This is a different place. So, where does this lead? If I have to find another Migo, I swear to God. A Vampire Hunter sword. That sounds good. An ancient sword used by a famous vampire hunter. Its blade forms an elegant arc and does light damage. Maybe that's what I need? Maybe time to go old school and draw a map. Back here again. To where I first came from, okay. But still no crystal. I should get back down. I'm just gonna randomly run around and hopefully I stumble upon the place. I don't know. I just hug the right wall, maybe? Oh my god. Uh-huh. Okay, that helps so much. That helps so much. Good shot. Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with the shell. Something there? Oh my god, I need that. Oh, thank you. Going up, I think. This is another place. Yo, okay. How do I even get to this place? Don't think I've been here before. Okay. The Vampire Hunter sword is helping so much here. Oh! Oh, finally! Oh my god! Oh, thank god! Thank god I don't need to lose an hour progress. Oh my god. I think that you have to get crystals to save. If I don't save and if I die, it resets me back to where I last saved and I lost the entire progress possible. Weapon XP, still a lot left. Only one. Money, 109. I'm okay with that. Okay, so we're in a new place. We're not in a new place, okay. I know that place, I know that place. That one is where I came from. Whoa. Nothing here. I never played Tomb Raider, so I can't really make a comparison. New place? The Sanguine Sea. It's here again! I died here last time. I died to a weird green thing. I don't think I'm going to be here yet. I feel like there's so many things I can do in... I need to find one more Prometheus fire. So, yeah, let's go find them. I might have to go down to the weird maze place again. On the old PS1, Tomb Raider you could only save using crystals, either in fixed positions or in later games that were collectible. Oh! Then I guess that sounds about right. I might have did a dum-dum there. Because now all the enemies are going to respawn. Yeah, all the enemy respawns, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It's okay, I'm so strong now, I'm not even afraid. Get out of here. I think a way to prevent you soft-locking yourself on limited memory card spaces. Oh. I mean, if it works, it works. Alright, let's go back down to the catacombs. Gonna fight a lot of mares, but I think I'm okay with that. It deals more damage. Money? I like money. An ad break is starting soon. Ceribon is nice. It tells people when the ad break is gonna start. Oh wow, they hurt. Summer. Money. So I think the stun only occurs when I have a fully charged attack. The stun is so good. I think this one leads me back. No, it feels like this one's a different place. This is a different place. How did I even stumble upon these random places? Out of sheer luck, I would say. Out of sheer luck. Well, we have Ocean Elixir and we can upgrade our mana count again. Okay, then we need to empty this one there. Right, let's get back down. It's kind of funny how I can kind of I can kind of differentiate between places. I was like, oh, that's a new place I've never gone to. Oh. That's what we call a very nice design, but this place sucks though. The sword is so strong. Oh, I think it happened because I have a light weapon. What do you want? What do you want? Money. Wasn't there a mausoleum as well? Yeah, let's drink first. Is that a shark? Oh my god. I think, you know, recently I think sharks are really cool as well. Like my top 3 species in my very opinion could be like, right now it feels like it's cobalt dragons and sharks. Money. Whoa. We burn the Red King. Burn Red King? Oh my god. Oh, it is done. Boop Akko. Halberd? Oh my god. This one. A heavy iron weapon utilizing an axe blade atop a long spear. Typically used against foes on horseback. Knights found their reach a great advantage. Ooh. I need to have Vampire Hunter's sword right now. This place requires a Vampire Hunter's sword. Halberds was super good in real life. I personally think spears and halberds are so cool. I love halberds and spears. I don't like this place. What the fuck is going on here? Why can't I touch this thing? Me too, I have a thing for hoplites. Oh, is that what they are categorized as? I think it's really heckin' cool. So we have another door like this, but I need to know... I need to... Did it revive or some shit? Alright, stupid red bone. No, you didn't. Hoplites are ancient Greek spearmen. Oh! Sorry being a history nerd. No! Don't be sorry. I mean, I'm kinda curious about, like... hoplites and stuff. Since I never really heard about those kind of stuff before. I will boop Ash. So, not here. Let's go back down. Boop Ash friend. Kobo friend. Go around to the farmer's market. Have fun here. Okay. Good luck at the farmer's market. Buying things. Thank you, Ako. Did you just attack me while you're getting hit? Ah, there it is. I found it. Mausoleum. Open sesame. You know, I should probably save first, but I'm gonna regret this. Holy shit, it's pitch black. I don't like it here. I'm gonna go save first. I don't even know how to get back there though. I think I'll go up here. And if I can navigate my way through Migos and find a crystal again, should be fine. Alright, here we go. I mean, I can kind of deal with Migos here, so it's fine. I have to think about history a lot because of your job. Oh, your job has like related to history? That's kind of cool actually. Like, honestly, I have almost zero knowledge on history. because like during school, the history just doesn't, it doesn't appeal to me at all. Okay, entrance is here. I think this is where it is. This one. Yeah, it's here, it's here. Okay, now I just need to find a way to get back down. Oh man. That's fair. Sometimes get crappy teachers or subjects that can just turn you off from it completely. Yeah, it kinda does. I mean, my history teacher was like, whenever it's history class, my teacher just reads from the book and that's it. And then our homework is to write the thing on the book exactly how it is into another book. That's history class, and it's like, huh? Like, sure, I guess it makes sense since, like, you know, it's the thing that's in the book, but the way the teacher teaches history is just so mundane, and yeah, it just kind of turns me off completely. It does suck. Yeah, I mean the homework is just learning by writing is very old school, right? Man, it's just it's a little bit of a so yeah, maybe that's why I'm like not interested in history at all. But sometimes when we discuss something like just now, the hoplites or like the weaponry, that one I'm interested in. I think that's really cool. I just need to get lucky and stumble upon the mausoleum. Not this one. If I see that, it should be close? Question mark? Yeah, okay. Alright, we saved, so it should be fine. We saved, right? Did I save? I'm gonna say I did. If I didn't, well, I'm stupid as fuck. Okay, let me gauge how big this place is. So I'm in a confined space. We have a weird shiny thing here. Hello, can I touch it? Why did the game lag? Why did the game lag? Why did the game lag? god, it's pitch black. Moon petal. Hi Nina. Welcome. Another ladder or staircase. Hmm? Whoa. I'm the best. Oh! Twisted staff? Can I be a magician? A magical staff made from twisted birch that emits white hot fire magic. Whoa. And it's shiny? Whoa. I mean, this one provides light. Like how the stuff says bruh. Bruh. And fire, good. Did I accidentally hit something as well? What? That was weird. Skeleton axe? Oh my god! I'm getting a bunch of weapons. Skeleton axe? Skeleton axe? A crude yet vicious cudgel? 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 Made of misshapen sharpened bone. 48 damage? Oh my god. Twisted stuff is 42. Bones. Oh, egg break happening. Uh-oh. I cannot pause the game, unfortunately, but I think here is... Why is it shaking? Oh! Why are you here? Is the death like random chance? Okay.是屌骂嗨啊，搞什么鬼啊？ What now? That's so funny. Wow. I am forever cursed and bleeding. Wow, that's so funny. Wait, I can see Migos now. Wait, this might be a dead end. Oh my god, wow, this is so funny. So I just made another bullshit death. So what? What was that? Anyone wants to explain? The game suddenly just decided that I need to die because I didn't lost enough progression. Is that it? Is that it? That is the most stupidest death in the entire fucking universe. Like, what was that, huh? What? I don't even know what was that for. Apparently death appears if you stay in the mausoleum for too long. Does this game even promote exploration? Fuck me. Also, hi Hus. Well. Hooray! Hooray! All of the progression, yay! It's gone. I wasn't trained for creatures from hell. That's fair, but still, that pisses me off so much. It is the most dumbest thing ever. Makes the most convoluted place ever, and staying there for too long guarantees death. Guarantees death, by the way. I cannot even use the safe crystal. Sake. But I see you now, though. Why can I see you now? Weird. Actual answer, rhetorical question. What does rhetorical question mean? I've heard of the word before, but not too sure what that word means. And then, don't even know where the abyssal demon came from. I could have killed that thing, but it's like asking a question but not really wanting an actual answer. Oh. You know, for the death one, I actually do want an answer. Like, that thing is so stupid, I don't even know what happened. So I'm gonna quickly go grab the stuff and just leave this place. I don't even know what mausoleum means, but apparently it's a bad place. I'm leaving. If I explored this place for too long, death appears, then I should not even be in this place at all. Since the game doesn't promote exploration, that is not the way forward. If there's the way forward, I give it this a down review. Death shows after being in the mausoleum part of the catacombs for quite a while. You can use the safe crystal while it's hunting you. So if death appears, it's, well, death, and you're fucked. Great game design. Great. Love it. Have I not been here before? You can escape through the door or with a crystal item. Still, I think my point still stands. Mausoleum cannot be the way forward. If death appears after being there for a while, then no. Probably not the way forward. I just need to find another Prometheus fire. This thing is weird though. Maybe I'm missing something here. There's a red king here. The door of a crystal item. Door. There was a door through the Sanguine Sea, so I 50-50 and I chose wrong. Because I decided to go for the crystal, but the crystal doesn't work. Just now that place in front of me, straightforward, was the door to Sanguine Sea, so I could have saved myself there. Oh! Like, I don't know if I'm being like overly critical of this game or it's just so many weird things happening in this game that I don't really vibe with. It's almost like this game promotes exploration, and then suddenly a place where you explore for a little bit too long and then you are guaranteed death. Almost. I think that's the Ambion. A weird one at that, but it is, I think. Oh, this is where the elixir is. I think I came from here. Oh, they do give a lot of EXP, these things. Mare? Yeah, mare. think Mausoleum is here? Yeah, it's here. I feel like I should save once before anything. Weird, I can see the Migo now. What happened? Snowflake Obsidian? Oh, heck yeah. Wonder what changed. It's almost like after running away from death for a long time, I can see Migos now. Don't know what happened, but I guess I'll take it. Surprisingly, they don't hurt as much. Oh, is it that I have a lot of health? Nah, I wouldn't say I have a lot of health. I don't actually have a lot of health, I feel like. Where's the crystal again? Uh-oh. Is it here? I don't even remember anymore. Oh, it is here. Okay. So yeah, just now I was here. In front was the door. Like the door so that I can avoid death, but I chose wrong. It is what it is. Alright. From down? Yeah, I can go down from here, but... Maybe. If I see death again, just use the crystal shard. Or I should actually change weapon here. I don't need the torch anymore. I have a staff that gives me light source as well, I think. Night, T-Foxa. Yeah. Okay, how do I get to Mausoleum? Mausoleum? Think it's here? Yeah, okay. Alright, if I'm gonna explore as much as I can. If I see death, just use the crystal shard and run away. I have 2 of them, so I have 2 chances of living, I guess. Oh yeah, another question that I want to ask, if anyone knows. What's with the abyssal demon? What made it appear, actually? Also, I hope T-Fox is doing good. There is a trigger? Okay, that answers a little bit. Okay. Understood. I don't know what the trigger is, but this is what I did. I went here, and maybe that's how it happened. Dark Skull. So I want to see if this will trigger again. Dark Skull. Aggressive. Fire a mass of dark energy in the shape of skull. Though abundant, dark magic is not well documented due to being outlawed by the church. I'm just a tiny bit of demon. Abyss is German Bavarian dialect for a little bit, so Abyss demon. Abyssal demon is just an itty-bitty demon. Okay, it's happening again. It's happening again. So maybe it's here. I need to kill this thing before death appears. Slay an abyssal demon in a lake? I don't think I'm in a lake. Let's leave Mausoleum for a bit. Just in case death appears, I don't want that. Love that stuff sound. Hopefully this is out of... Yeah, okay. I don't think that's a bit... I don't think that's Mausoleum anymore. We have Ocean Elixir again, which is nice. Okay, MP power up. Now we can use this. Empty. Okay. Hoping to get distracted today. I already threw out twice. Oh my god, what happened? Well, I'm not gonna ask too much, but I still hope you recover soon. Throwing up twice is not a good sign. Alright, going back to Mausoleum. I assume there's like a hidden timer counter that's happening. And it goes down a little bit, I guess? At this point I can only guess, honestly. Alright, don't stop, never give up. I don't know if it's a timer that goes down. A series is set for the side, or the timer only goes down when you're inside. Honestly I have no idea. But as far as I know, if I stay here for too long, death is gonna appear, right? So Phantom. Oh, there's one behind me as well, holy shit. Hello? Cursed blade? And money? And a mana vial? Holy water? Okay. Can I holy water death? Oh no, is this under the maze? Amazing! Uh-oh. Oh fuck, I'm lost. I thought I can keep a mental note, but I guess not. Okay, I did take a bit of a mental note. Okay. Thank you. This stuff is strong. You know, something about keeping a mental note, I already lost count. Like, I already don't remember where I went or something. I don't trust this place. Earth elixir just like this? The pizza you said didn't go good with my tummy. Now we're gonna go lay down a bit. No, don't be sorry. Lay down. It's okay. And I hope you recover soon. Healthy. Nice. I came from here, I think. Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm so scared, but I have to like run around like this. It's crazy. Where there's no music. Pitch black. Can't see shit. Oh. So what am I trying to achieve here actually? I think I went here before. I came from here. So a door here, I'm... No, I'm good. Hello. Call, Tira? Call? They don't sell the crystal though. Clive? Did I ever tell you about the monks? Yeah. The monks? Yeah. Can you tell me some of the stuff? Monks? No. You told me about the monks already. Yeah, okay. Moon petal. Obsidian. Moonlight vial. Moon petal, obsidian, and ashes. Wow. Ashes, fire opal, and bones. Bomb? Wait, I can make bomb? Transfuse of 2 parts simple ashes and a fire opal. Ashes, moon petal, and obsidian creates... Wait, this creates moonlight vial, right? Oh yeah. Okay. Clear. Lotus seed pod. Oh my god. Hi Safira. Hi Draken. Welcome, Draken. Lotus seed pod, yellow marrow, and opal. Oh, it's a hellfire. Oh, oops. Ocean bone shard? Oh. Thanks for the pet. Hope Safira is doing good. Bones. Ashes. Onyx? Survey banner. Oh! Oh, only one though. Oh crap. Crystal shard, snowflake, obsidian, onyx, and obsidian. Wait, don't I have don't I have snowflake obsidian? Yeah, snowflake obsidian, and onyx. Was it on onyx? Snowflake, obsidian, onyx, and obsidian. There we go. There. We have extra crystal shard now. Trying to wind down after work and trying to get sleepy so I can sleep before my next shift. Oh. Then EP good, EP good. Hope Safira has good EP. I think we already upgraded all our weapons other than Iron Club. Icicle, halberd, elven bow, everything is already upgraded. Yeah. Money 169, nice. Let me buy my weapon. Let's buy this. Okay. Wait, I have a key, right? And then the... Wait, there was this, who again? Able to remove the old enchanted gates that were put in place after the Crusades. The person gave me a key to go up the forest, question mark? Something like that. I need to jump higher. Should go take a look. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 places left. Correct? Ooh. At least my brain still works a little bit. That almost one shot? Oh my god, this thing is strong. How will I go up though? How can I go up is the question, I feel like. Like, this one only goes down. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe... Oh! Yeah, I jump higher now, thank goodness. Don't like that. Wasn't I supposed to jump up? Oh. Something shiny. A holy warmth. Holy sounds good. Healing. A holy magic that revitalizes the user simply at the cost of mana. Fuck yeah! Okay, I can heal now. But... oh. I actually don't know if this game has fall damage. Can't tell. Don't think I want to find out, that's why it's kinda scary. It does? Okay. Also, it's getting dark here. Let me do something real quick. Think that works better. Boop. Your dex affects how fall damage functions. Oh wow, I actually didn't know that. Hi again, Becky. Oh. Oh my god, you hurt. There's actually a few places that I can jump up. I don't know if they're like some sort of shortcut, but I'm gonna go there and see. Hi, Roxas. A mushroom gives money? That's new. Yeah, this thing's really strong. now there's like a few places I can jump up. I wanna go see. I shouldn't be afraid of this place because I have like superior fire damage here. Oh my god, damage. Don't know if I've been to this place before. Got him. That's an interesting accuracy system too. Oh. I've been here? Blend. I cough blood for plant to open. It feels like I've been here before. Have I? This is a different place. This is different place. I'm surprised that leveling up is quite easy in this game. Weird. So I have been here before. So that jump is not necessarily like a extra secret path? I don't think so anyway. Maybe it's time to explore the fetid mire. I mean, I have a bit of a fear to that place because I keep dying over there. But I feel like I'm so fucking strong right now, I shouldn't be afraid going there. Just need to figure out where to go or like how to get back. My strategy has always been like run around and hope for the best. Not the best way of doing it, but Okay, this is the shop. Hello. Still don't have the skull yet. I want this. Berry moss is way too good. Right, it should be a lot easier to deal with slimes now, I feel like. Petit Meyer is this one? I'll play for a little bit more. It's getting dark here. And I'm getting a little hungry. Hungry bold. So here is like a shortcut, I remember. Yeah, river passage. I feel like I should probably re-explore this entire place. So we go from here. I shouldn't be afraid of slimes at all now because of this weapon. Yeah, see? It feels like they're super duper afraid of fire, question mark? I think there's a extra path, question mark? This is where I came from, right? It did say river passage. Oh, yeah, okay, I can't. This one is the way back. Yeah, okay, I came from there. I remember now. Oh, these things don't give as much XP at all. Wait, so this is like an early place, question mark? Looks like we can just jump down. Or maybe not. They drop ashes as well. No wonder I have so many ashes. I remember being stuck here for quite a bit. Have I never gone this ring before? What? Oh, I died. Right, of course. I died and I quit the game. So technically I have not been here before? Technically. Oh yeah, this thing is a pain to deal with, I remember. So what's with that place and what's with this place? I'll go there first. Maybe over here is like extra loot, maybe? Oh, there's a battle axe here, right? Yeah. I was so sad that I lost my battle axe. I love axes. I love especially battle axe. Curse this land, curse this pit. I go onward to the castle of the deceased one. Farewell, my brothers. If I succeed, I shall come back to give you a rightful burial. Sir Garat. Garat. So it is an extra loot. Going back to this game, I see you didn't refund it. Yeah, I mean it when I say that I do enjoy these games like combats and stuff, and the stat and upgrading the character. I enjoy that aspect a lot. And I just have to not letting it get to me too much with the hard reset aspect of the game. And I realized that I just need to unironically not die. Right? I just need to unironically not die and so that I can enjoy the game. And I try to think around it, and yeah, today I enjoyed this game a lot. I did die a few times, especially with that stupid death. That death was weird, but it's okay. Did you just say Garat? That's the name of one of my pet rats in the Pathfinder game. Garat? Rat. So that's why I didn't refund this game. I did want to as well. Sniff. I feel like this game sadly most of the games in the genre have much clunkier aspects. Kingsfield makes you press the shoulder button to turn. Turning is very slow. The game's designed around that. Oh. I mean, there is like this legacy mode that I see. And that one sounds like it's closer to playing Kingsfield. If that's what it is. Because the game that say that turn is like different, it's made for controllers and stuff like that. Legacy mode in this game, I mean. This place is familiar. So it's another shortcut down there? Well, good to know. Let's get back down. That mausoleum place is still crap though. There's a free prequel game that uses the actual Kingsfield dungeon engine. Oh yeah, it's Tears of the Moon, right? I think Brian introduced that game to me. It's getting really dark. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Be right back, just a few minutes. My camera doesn't even work anymore. Oh, there's ad break going on. Are you guys actually seeing ads? I mean, if you guys are seeing it, you guys won't be able to answer me anyway. I kind of want to play with lunacy here, but I don't think I'm getting any more lunacy. Whoa. This game though, shockingly though, it's usually compared to Kingsfield, has more inspiration from Shadow Tower. Different games, same company, similar gameplay. The gap with the side, the pit, and much of the lore are references to Shadow Tower. The gameplay is also much more like Shadow Tower, with spells being equipped rings rather than crystals. I personally have never played any of those games, so I would say this is like my first introduction to their game, I guess. To the Kingsfield or Shadow Tower similar gameplay thingy. And this one will be the first one, Lunacy. Hey. Uses magic to create a sudden gust of wind, resulting in a launch of forward velocity. This could be funny, I think. Ooh. Oh, it doesn't have the continuous momentum. I thought if I jump, the floaty movement is gonna carry the wind dash momentum, but I guess not. If you peek into the old games, play the PS2 games first. They're a better stepping stone than jumping directly into the jank of Kingsfield 1. Maybe I'll take a look, or maybe not. But I'll keep in mind then if I want to like experience the old games. Underworks. I'm gonna hug the wall. Feels like there could be a secret wall around here. I knew it! I'm just sparing E. Oh my god! So good. Oh, this one brought me back. Wow, okay. So, this is also a shortcut of some sort? A shortcut plus a very nice loot. Because I feel like this is such a big place, there has to be one secret around here. Kingsfield also got the Final Fantasy treatment. One is actually 2 and so on with each game after. Kingsfield 1 was Japan exclusive, so the titles outside Japan are one number behind. Oh, that's weird. Sunken no nuts. I think I died to the rats here, question mark? Was it? Oh yeah, I totally did. I died to the weird, huge rat here. Oh, don't know if I'm ready for this, but eh. I might be able to fight the big rat. With how strong I am now. I would not be able to outrun that rat, since that rat is like super duper fast. I'll see what I can do. I think it's around here somewhere. If I can sort of kite it around like the abyssal demon just now, maybe I can do it. Since I've ranged attack now as well. And I assume them being rats, they're gonna be afraid of fire. That's one. Yeah, I'm doing like a shit ton of damage to it. The difference is night and day. Also, if you like horror, check out Lost in Vivo. It's like first-person Silent Hill. It's by Kira, the same dev. Oh yeah, I saw Brian introduced me to Lost of Vivo, but because I'm too afraid of horror games. So Brian is like doesn't recommend me to play Lost in Vivo because it's too scary. So I watched a video about Lost in Vivo instead, and I can see why. Man just wanted to find his dog. I know, right? God. Trying to find his dog and then being like went through hell just to find his dog. At least the game has some sort of I think the game has a happy ending, right? Since they still got to find his dog in the end. What did I do? That's red kid. There are like 4 endings if I recall. I didn't play myself. I moderated for a streamer who did. Ooh, wow. The video that I watched didn't really explain multiple endings. So I guess they only focused on the canon ending, question mark? Probably. Oh, I got back here. There's a bad ending, like a really, really bad ending. No, it has, it has something to do with the dog, it has to be. No. I don't want to look at it. Nope. Nope. No bad ending for this couple. I don't want to get scarred for life. As far as I know, there's no ending where the dog dies or something else worse happened or anything. Don't think Kira would make that. That is very respectable actually, because I feel like most death would be like, you know, a game premise is to save the dog, and I'm pretty sure any death would be like, oh, we need to have like a really, really bad ending that involves the dog dying in some way, or a metaphor or something like that. I don't know, right? Because most games I feel like they are not afraid to just do that, and I hate that. So yeah, that's actually very respectable. But honestly though, Lost in Vivo is so deep. I enjoyed watching a video about that game. And honestly, I'm kind of glad that I watched the video instead of playing it myself, because I don't think I can handle a horror game like that. No, at Google, trigger warning to anyone who plays. There's an ending that bad? Oh no. No. Unless you thought Kira's the type I don't like that. Oh no. That's... oh no. That's unfortunate. Hey, apparently I just walked straight. Washed away. New place? Now, if only made endings for you don't find the dog, then one good ending. Dog doesn't make it, why even live? I know, right? Shit. Oh. Oh, shortcut. But why? Interesting. Okay. So that's it for the Fetid Maya? I mean, I can go to the Sanguine Sea from here, I remember. There's only one ending where something bad happens to the dog. I will not say what happens. All the others, the dog is safe. Okay, thank God. But that one ending, ooh. I would say no thank you. Thank goodness that video doesn't cover that one. Guess I'll take it back. With the thing I said about dog dying. Modded out. Not what now? In fact, a few months ago, so I'm like, yeah, don't. I'm not gonna look it up as well. No. I don't think I want to. Nope. I don't like when people use animal harm as an emotional point in storytelling. Yeah, it's just... it kind of reminds me of my previous dog as well, so I don't think I want to do that.
Excuse me,
Hmm?
but did you know how much of a good girl you are?
Oh.
Yes, you deserve many, many, many pets.
Many pet. Many pet. I like pet. It's one of my pain points with JoJo. Oh, sorry to hear that. But yeah, I don't want to trigger my memory with Wasabi as well. And yeah, my previous dog is called Wasabi. I love Wasabi. Both the food and the dog. Okay, so this one is the Sanguine Sea, right? Yeah. The Sanguine Sea. I don't even know what this place is, but I died last time in this place. Petit Mire. Is this like an overworld where I can reach to any place from here? It's just there's 10,000 enemies here, I think. There's even an abyssal demon here, if I remember correctly. With my speed and jump, I can avoid its attack, so I might be able to go to different places here now.
kobolds deserve to be picked up, held softly like a hamburger, and given 1 gold coin. The kobold must be lifted, given uppies.
I'm not scared by that.
Pats may be supplied at the dragon's discretion. The kobold must also be given opportunity to pat that big dragon snoot.
Ooh.
Therapy uppies and therapy treasure for good girl bold.
Oh. I want all of that. Oh my god. I want to pet the big dragon snoot. This thing is not. Yeah, I remember this thing is not aggressive. A peaceful couple. Please kill that right away. A piece. I won. For Kobold Appreciation Day. Yesterday was Dragon Appreciation Day, right? Although for me it's 2 days ago. Yeah, it's January 18 here. I might die here, but we'll see. Hema leaf. Are you not chasing me now? Oh, you are. I don't know what they dropped. I'm so curious. They dropped something. Oh! I need to kill all of them. They drop Hellfire? Oh my god. For Kobold yeah, and Kobold Day is after Dragon Day. That's the best thing ever. I'm a Kobold. I'm a Kobold. I want a piece. Treasure, shiny. Pet. They look like head crabs. Bloodweed? That's new. Fluffy cute tear. Oh. You know, as a kobold, I think most, if not all, dragons are cute. I love all of them. They're cute, they're hot, they're amazing. So I remember I met a abyssal demon here. I was dealing with the skeletons here, and then an abyssal demon just suddenly decided to appear out of nowhere. Oh yeah, that's the abyssal demon. I see it, I see it. Do I fight it? I can fight it, I'm pretty sure. It's not that hard. Here we go. Coming in at the speed of light. Oh! Oh! Ay. Don't do it. Ay, watch out. Get out of here. I'm a cheater. I cheating. We we got Ocean Elixir. Was it Ocean? Yeah, it is, okay. Money. Money. Wait, I can up my... Oh yeah! Let's get that bonk up. Okay. Bonk. 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 Jokey! Oh my god, thanks for the lurk. It's a little late, but I appreciate Dragon on Dragon Appreciation Day. Well, not only on Dragon Appreciation Day, honestly, just every day. Did you know if you destroy everything here, it adds weapon XP? It's kinda funny, but it does work. What a weird place. Maybe that's where I need to go? It's a castle with a moon on top. I don't know if I should be here. Okay. Castle Lafanu. Fanu? Wait, I read about that in the history books of some sort. Is this place safe? I don't think so. I feel like I'm gonna get killed in this place. Le Fanu. With phantoms here. Great Knight of Lyria, Ophelia. Yeah, they got banished and everything, no? That's Phantom. Okay, phantoms are not that scary. We have a crystal here, so I guess we can try exploring this place then. Let's play for a little bit more. If it's only phantoms, then it's not that scary. Or maybe this weapon is overpowered, I'm pretty sure. Maybe this weapon is a little bit overpowered. One Light Vial. Hello. Oh, it's Garat. Salutations, no lambkin. I am Sir Garat the Hound. I'm on my way to kill the lord of this castle, but I've ran into a bit of a conundrum. I can't figure out how to open the main gate. I feel so foolish. How does it work, I wonder? Greetings to you. I did not say my name. How did you know my name? Garrett. You think he's a rat under the armor? It could be. I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, I'm a kobold. Look, I'm half a kobold actually. Castle cells. I guess you do need some gems of some sort. I need shiny for this? Oh no, Tira, watch out, there's a tiger nearby. Oh, I wanna hack the tiger. Because tiger nice with a Y. Hello. Cobalt magic stick. Squish cobalt? I like being squished. So this is the main gate then. How are you this fine day? I'm doing pretty okay today. I had a nice breakfast, even though it's dinner time already. I had a nice breakfast, I had a nice coffee this morning. Feels good. I am very hungry now though. But I want to play a little bit longer for the this one. Secret door somewhere. Oh. I guess I'm not ready to be here yet. Unless... Oh, I thought this place looks like a place that I can jump around. If you're hungry, I hope you get food soon. I'm gonna get food very soon. Then let's explore the Sanguine Sea a little bit longer. Changing weapons. Oh my god. If the enemies respawn, is the Abyssal Demon gonna respawn as well? Would be wild. Oh, it's them. Shockers. Oh, Zeus is streaming. Oh, thank you, Evie. Oh, Dota? Wow. How was the Dota, Zeus? Also, welcome in, Raiders. I mean, I cannot pause this game, so it's okay. Hope you're doing good. I'm Tiora. I'm a couple. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons a bit. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. I was playing Amogus, then Gothic Phone, then Dota, then Raid. Then chatting. Well, I hope stream went well. Zeus cute. Oh my god, yeah. I agree 100%. Health potion? Health potion! Thank you. That's why I'm killing that thing. Doesn't give as much XP though, or maybe I'm just that high level now. You don't know that? But cool dog very cute though. Cannon. Accursed tomb? Well, don't know if I should be going to the accursed tomb, but guess I'm going in. Hi? Hi, yeah, I've been here already. But I do need to find another Prometheus fire though. Maybe I'm not done with this place yet. Over here I do need my Vampire Hunter sword. Oh, I'm blind. I'm blind. And see your streams, cute there? I'm blind. Not anymore. Three fires of Prometheus. Shall vision be restored? Yeah, I found two. Cannot find the third one. Damage. Ah, damage is alright. What if it's in the mausoleum? If it's in the mausoleum, I'm gonna be so angry. Hello? Maybe I should look for like a secret door somewhere here. 那锅里有什么鬼声音要屌吗？搞什么鬼哦？几时江燕出这样多声音，真的是嗨呀！某墩墩给我出一大堆声音。So I have 3 credits. I forgot. I forgot about the thing. Holy shit! I jumped so hard. Fuck you. Ooh. The bitch actually went through my head. Ooh. That was me being reckless. What is that voice? I swear to God, it never happened before. Nice spin. I think it's here, the mausoleum. Yeah, it's here. I still have the crystal shard, so I guess I can try to go there one more time. Alright, have the crystal shard ready. If death comes, just fucking use the crystal shard. So I went through like a maze-like place, and mausoleum actually has no music and shit. I need to be fast. Oh, it's just a spin. Okay. Yo, Zeus Raid. Hi, Ixon. I appreciate Dragon. Dragon. Hey, we're back at the maze again. Amazing. Hope Ixen is doing good. Ooh, that's awfully close. Ectoplasm? Okay, so I'm out here again. Much tired and gonna go eep on Kobo Lab. But if Ixen eep on Kobo Lab, that's gonna be... I mean, I'm so small. I'm okay with that though. Oh? That was Ocean Elixir, yeah. Okay, it'll be fine, just be like a profile picture. True. Cowboy's okay with that. That was quick. So that's why this place is no music. Okay, so this is a loop here. So I cannot hit death at all. Let's run. I was hoping that I might be able to fight death, but fighting death? Wow. Wow. Hello. Okay. I like brick. I have a little health vial, so I should save money and buy all the berry moss clumps. Money. What's that? Oh. Can I have that? Give. No. I want it. Yeah. More ocean elixir. I like brick. Anything new you want to tell me, Clive? The Wicked King of Rats? No. The legend goes that long ago, during the first age of magic, a witch king ruled in a starving kingdom. While his magic was great, he withheld the castle's bountiful provisions and let his kingdom wither. Ha! Let them eat the rats, he declared to his knights, who eventually betrayed him. He was not sentenced to death by his knights, but exiled in the cavernous depths carved from the flowing moonlight. His eyes were plucked out so he could never look up from the well. One of his arms was cut off so he could never climb out. Oh my god, that's fucked up. and rats surrounded him, his only nourishment. Over the years, he would continuously starve but never died. Using the last of his magic, the exiled Witch King turned himself to stone. And the legend goes that in the deepest reaches of the depths, there is a crumbling statue of him, one worshipped by rats. At least I think that's how it happened. Memory ain't that good. So in the sewer area, there's like a crumbling statue, but I don't see it though. Huh. Weird. Anything new? Yeah. 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 Okay. What happens if I triple ash? Oh. Oh yeah, I have a new bloodweed. I'm here twice now. No, Evie's on Kobo lab. It's okay, Kobo has 2 labs. I have 2 labs, right? Unless lab is not what I think it is. I have 2 labs, I think. Thanks for the pen. Oh. Bloodweed. Destroying Angel? 2? No? Lap is not leg. Lap is like thigh area, no? Kobo being such good missing. Only 1 lap and it's mine? Oh. Oh. Lap is the sitting... It's the space on your legs when you sit down. Like a cat sitting in your lap. Oh. I think I know what that means now. Moon petal. Fire opal. And fire opal. Ah, crap. I might be wrong too, but that's what I always thought it was. I thought lap was thigh, but I guess I'm wrong too. I have no idea. Opal, yellow moro, and lotus seed pod. Lotus seed pod. I don't have opal. Destroying Angel. Ocean Bone Shell. Oh, it's different. Ocean Bone Shell and Destroying Angel for throwing knife? Ah, so there's 2 different kinds of recipe for throwing knife. We need an English speaker to clarify. Zeus made an incredible Zeus doodle on Gartic, but I hated. What? I didn't see it. I'm gonna check the VOD after. Also, this music is very chill. It is. But I didn't mean to do it. Potion, Bone Shard, Bloodweed, and Destroying Angel. Poison Urn? I'm gonna say it to you without Zeus's consent. I think I would like to see it. Onyx, Lotus Seed Pod, 2? No, Onyx, 2? No. Obsidian, Moon Petal, and Ashes. Oh yeah, it's Moonlight File. Check Discord. I told Zeus to make it an emo, but they don't want to. I'm looking at Discord. What? But that's so cool. It's adorable too. I like that one. Yeah, right. It's so cool though. Like, it's made in Gartic phone. It's not like any proper drawing software. Fire opal ectoplasm. 2 fire opal. I go eat my sausages, of course. I'm gonna go get food after this. I'm super duper hungry. Two ashes and bones for Silvery Banner. Warrior reached level 50? Heck yeah. Look at my jump. I can probably access to a lot of different places now. Kobo hungry? Kobo is very hungry. I don't think there's any more hidden stuff here. Not that I can see any. Oh, castle! No, that's the castle. What is this? Forbidden Archives? Oh yeah. So I think next time if I play this, I need to find one more Prometheus Fire, which I don't think it's in the Mausoleum. I don't think it is. I think I already explored the entirety of Mausoleum, I think. Since towards the end, after the maze area, it's just a loop now. So I don't know, maybe I'll check more of the forest. I need to climb the forest somehow, but I don't know how. With warp there, then we're gonna save. Not in one shot. What does this weapon scale with? It's definitely not INT because I didn't add any point to INT because I'm stupid. Hug Brecky? I want a hug. I want dragon hug. I mean, this place doesn't go up. This one goes down. Maybe I can technically keep going up there. How many dex points do I need if I need to go up there like that? So, one thing I want to try before I end the stream, let me save real quick again. Okay, how bad is the fall damage? Not that bad at all, actually. I thought that was gonna kill, but guess not. Well, let's quit the game, hey? I'm so hungry. Loud noises? Okay, there we go. Is this like a town or something? I never really thought about that. Weird. The places I've been to has nothing to do with towns like this. I mean, there's a castle. Alright, I'm good.
No, this is the good girl. Yes, Tylra equals good girl.
My brain doesn't work anymore because I'm so hungry. I'm gonna continue listening to this one.
Good girl. Get some noms and I'll give you some pets and cream later.
Cream? Bye, Breaky. I need to find the right target first. What? don't know. I don't know who to raid. I feel a little bit scared of raiding Daze. Because of the clip shoutout thingy. Oh, I forgot how cursed the dragon tag is. Oh god. Oh no. Need me to suggest someone? Sure, I wanna take a look too. I'm surprised for my follow channel not a lot of people are streaming. New when playing Once Upon a Katamari. Trans-friendly and cozy and safe. Skylord Zoe trans herself and plays the last little viewer count, but that's due to botting. Both highly recommended by V. Botting? Botting? Once Upon a Katamari. Oh, this one, okay. Ooh. Viewer bosses an attack to her to increase her viewer count to the thousands. Isn't that, like, in a way dangerous? Because view botting is bannable, no? And Skylord Zoe. This one. Wow, holy shit, you're right. Basically preventing her from getting partner. Twitch can't do anything about it. Gosh diggity dang, that's unfortunate. Oh, thank you, little flower. 45 stream streak? Thank you. It's Saki, she's such a gem, honestly. So we have Celeste and we have Once Upon a Katamari. And she will call you. Evie Sakuni? Not. I think that's a record on me for me on your channel. I think so, yeah. Yeah, 45 is a lot. Like non-stop too. So many appreciate. Turn down the brightness. My eyes hurt a little bit. Okay, there we go. I know it's like few botted, but that number scares me so much. Was it 8 something 1 point, but Holly's with partner lost it because I was spitting with her? Breaky's at 151. Disappointed as saying you'll be fine. Yeah, I just cannot get past my own, like... Oh yeah, I mean, I look at the community tab. I'm sorry to say, but there's not a lot of people in the community tab. I mean, I'm not trying to throw shade here. So the view bot is like a huge amount of view bot. It's so scary. I mean, one should be happy when there's so many like concurrent viewers going on, but this one is a different story. That's just scary. Such much for her because she's genuine and wholesome as hell, super sympathetic to everyone. Could hit up a little guy striker the kobold. I think I've seen that name on Merp's channel a lot. Let me take a look real quick. Stalker 2 at the moment. Okay. Okay. Wait, need 10 hours. Oh my god. Oh, wow.
We interrupt this decision making for an important announcement. Tyra is a good girl. I repeat, Tyra is a good girl.
I'm still thinking here. I'm still thinking. Okay. I'm gonna cry. Tears of joy though. And cry tears of joy. Do a spin wheel? I'll do a spin wheel between Diorwin and Skylord Zoe then. No striker the kobold for now, but I'm lurking over there, so let me open up the wheel. Wheel of names. Oh, I did it. Okay. Wait, it remembers my previous. Oh wow. Skylord Zoe and Diorwin with a capital D. I can add image. Add center image. Add image to center. What can I add, like, the center image? Can I add, like, the... What is this? I'm trying to decide who to raid. Wait, it allows me to add GIF? No. Oh, it just doesn't move. Don't ask me why. Alright, here we go. It's either Diowin or Skylord Zoe. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Oh, we're rating Diowin then. I'll keep in mind for Skylord Zoe. We can rate her next time. Alright. Diowin wins. Double win. Wow. Alright, let me keep this one here. And then close this one. And Zoe is such a sweetheart, honestly, so good to keep her in mind. The few bot situation is very unfortunate though. I'm not too sure if there's a way to fix this problem, to be honest, so yeah, I don't know. Well, hopefully things gets better for her, like, in the future. Nothing can be done? That's depressing. Still, I wish her all the best from all of these. Well, I'm gonna plug my stuff real quick here. I have coffee. And coffee helps. Coffee nice. I'll let Bernie talk about it for a bit. Tell them, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. If you fancy helping me a little bit more, there's a monthly subscription thing as low as $1 per month, so that helps a lot. Yeah. Donate no or else. No, not the knife. We don't. No threatening. And I also have a Discord channel. Discord, good. I announce my stream stuff over there. And Dragon Simping Corner, good. I like Dragon. Dragon, good. Dragon, good. Dragon, good. I think that's the Discord server. I think that's pretty much it. And then the raid message. I mean, she's not a dragon. She doesn't look furry. She doesn't look like a dragon. But because Evie suggested her, and yeah, we're gonna raid we're gonna raid Diowin. Sorry, I messed up. I'm sorry, I'm so hungry. We're raiding Diowin. But I will for sure keep her in mind. Here's the right message. But of course you guys can use whichever emote you guys want if you are not stopped here. But maybe don't use more than 4 emotes. I don't want to flood the chat box too much. And I think that's pretty much it. Let me type in the rate to Diowin real quick. Oh no! Is he gonna be okay with that though? Since it's like the first raid. I hope it doesn't feel weird from that. Oh, I think Apis is okay. I think. I don't know. He's fine with it, really. Well, I trust him. I'll never recommend him if it wasn't. Fair. Okay, I'm ready to rate. I typed in the rate. This chair is second, cozy and safe. That's good to know. Right, I'm ready to read. I typed in the raid. DEOR. Okay, there we go. So before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves you all, right? And here comes the raid to Diorvin. Hiya. Night, Evie. Get some good naps and rest. I'm gonna do that. Then we just go. Oh! Oh no. Sorry, Metal. But at least Metal can join us with the raid. Yeah, 7 hours. Oh. Time zones are weird. It's okay. Appreciate Metal can at least stop by before I raid out. Do I have the raid message? Oh, I think I do. Oh yeah, I do. Okay, there we go. You were at D&D? Oh, I hope you had fun with D&D. Oh, hi, yeah, I'm not even done streaming yet. Don't ask me for CS. My fridge just be like CS? It's like, shut up. No, not yet. Sorry, that was my own Steam. I'm gonna go get food. I'm so hungry. Right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Couple loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care.
CS, let's go.
Maybe not tonight. I don't know. Take care. Love y'all.